One,
Hello.
one. Hi. Annie, for our online participants, can you just give me a test? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Great, and we can hear you too. If I stand
Yeah.
here, you can also
Can you
see me as well.
Yes.
Hi, Louise. Testing. Can we hear and see you? Can you hear and see us?
Yes, all good. Can you hear me okay?
Very well. Let's get started. So, hi everybody. Hi, those behind us, and welcome everybody online. We're very happy to be hosting this panel on the paradox of inclusion in internet governance. My name is James Shires. I'm co-director of Virtual Roots. Virtual Roots is a UK-based NGO that works in cybersecurity and internet governance research, education, and public engagement. So we have a fantastic lineup of speakers today. We have Yasmin Azuzi to my right in person. We have Louise Marie Harel online, and we have Corinne Kasher, who unfortunately is in a taxi coming from a very similarly named conference center that she was accidentally taken to and will arrive soon. These things happen. So I'll just say a little bit about the purpose of the panel overall, and then I'll hand over to our speakers. I will start with Louise online, then I'll go to Yasmin. I'll talk a little bit about my perspective on the paradox of inclusion, and hopefully by then Corinne will have sorted out her travel issues. We'll then open the floor to questions and discussion for everyone, both in person and online. We're very much looking forward to the discussion, and thank you all for being here early on a Thursday morning. So we put together this panel because we felt that there was a real issue with internet governance and inclusion. And we call this the paradox of inclusion. The idea here is that we see a proliferation of efforts to bring in different actors in internet governance, whether these are multi-stakeholder forums, whether these are efforts to include developing countries and smaller states or states with fewer resources. And there's lots of different efforts to do these through different conferences, initiatives, meetings, and so on. In fact, there's so many of these different efforts that actually keeping up with them all, keeping track of them all, and participating meaningfully in them all is itself a high resource burden. And that's what we term the paradox of inclusion. Internet governance recognizes that it has to be inclusive. It has to bring in multiple stakeholders. But those who are really able to track the real range of internet governance forums, from this one to those at the UN, such as the OEWG on cybersecurity, through to the Global Digital Compact, through to the Cybercrime Convention, through to the multi-stakeholder initiatives such as Paris, the Paris Call, etc., right? So this is what we want to talk about today, is the starting point recognizing that inclusion matters, that there are genuine and very well-developed efforts to make internet governance inclusive, but that sometimes these efforts, as we would say in English, for want of a better phrase, shoot themselves in the foot, right? They actually bring up barriers to participation through requiring such a thin spread of attention and resources across the internet governance portfolio. That's the idea behind the session. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this paradox of inclusion, but before we do so, I'll turn to some short opening remarks from each of our speakers. Our first speaker is Louise Marie Harel, who is an Associate Fellow with Virtual Roots and is also working at the Royal United Services Institute. Louise, I'll leave you to do a much better introduction of your own work than I can, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you all. I would love to be here there with all of you, but sadly and thankfully also because since we're talking about inclusion, I think the fact of just being able to connect the IGF has always been great in that sense. And I think James already kind of set a very interesting tone to our conversation here. I am Louise Marie Rell, as James said, I work in the cyber program at RUSI. And we've been reflecting a lot on different elements related to that. But personally, I've been attending the IGF for 10 years now, which is kind of like baffling. And I think there's no other better place to actually have this conversation because being involved in the IGF throughout different cycles of maturity and also other spaces such as ICANN, but also being increasingly involved in like the cybersecurity discussions, which is the bit that I'm going to talk a little bit more about. I think you see those different communities of practice emerging and specializing. So when we look at, in particular, at the proliferation of initiatives, especially when it comes to cybersecurity, and that has something like if you look from 2017 or 2015, right, to today, it's quite impressive to see how many initiatives, especially on cybersecurity, that have emerged. Back then, you would have the group of governmental experts at the UN as the one place, and it was a very kind of multilateral, I mean, it's still a multilateral process, but you would have 30 governments or so discussing what is state responsibility and how international law applies to cyberspace. And back then also you would have the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, which back then was also like just called the London process. Starting to mature and to become a bigger platform. And today, these initiatives have consolidated quite a bit. I mean, obviously, the negotiations at the UN have been taking place for at least 20 years when it comes to state responsibility, but the traction that these dialogues have had is quite substantive. So just to frame this a bit, right now I think we see two movements. And one is we can look at the proliferation of these initiatives in firstly as the specialization of the debate, right? I remember I used to attend the IGF like in the like again like 10 years ago, and I would look where is the cyber community here, and you would have one or two panels talking about this from let's say a more cyber diplomacy initiative, and you would see government representatives, and I remember in Geneva trying to talk about the GGE at the IGF. But nowadays, there's so many other spaces. There's the counter ransomware initiative, which talks about well, as the name says, ransomware, the Pall Mall process, which looks at commercial cyber proliferation, the OEWG, which is looking at state responsibility, and also, I mean, to some degree, the interdependence between state and non-state responsibility in cyberspace. We have the GFCE, which is looking at capacity building, cyber capacity building, and obviously Yasmin will definitely, touch upon like capacity building from the ITU's perspective. We have the Tech Accord, which is an initiative that was spearheaded by Microsoft, but that tries to create this community of practice and thinking within the private sector in different parts of the private sector, and how they see norms for their own, let's say, sector when it comes to cybersecurity. And the Paris Call, as James already mentioned, which is kind of a mix of different stakeholder groups. So one way in which we can see that discussion, as I said, is the proliferation as the specialization of the debate, where we think that, we cannot have this ethereal, broad conversation. We need to get to these smaller bits and spaces. But obviously the other side of the coin is looking at the proliferation of the debate as also being a political strategy, which it is in many ways. So if you think about the ad hoc committee on cybercrime, that is the result of a long friction at the geopolitical level of Russia trying to push forward in some ways the discussion of actually have not just Russia, but in that case, the presentation of the resolution to have a legally binding instrument on cybercrime, and that really just contemplates the vision of many other countries that have not been involved in the Budapest Convention, or that don't necessarily agree that they should just subscribe to something, that they should be part of the development of it, which is, an increasingly and very valid point from their standpoint. So you have those movements such as the ad hoc committee, which has ended right now, that becomes part of that, let's say, political strategy. Another example of proliferation being a political strategy is precisely to specialize debate, because then you can control a bit more what the scope is and who is involved in this conversation. So on the other hand, if we look at the counter ransomware initiative, it started out as something that was very much State Department led, right? The US spearheading that. But then it has increased throughout, the last couple of years. And that requires, again, kind of how do you create a platform for a particular dialogue, but that you ensure that you're still open and flexible to bring others on board. And I'm sure James will talk more about the Pall Mall process as something that's quite interesting as well in terms of that proliferation as a political strategy. But I'd say, like, from an OEWG standpoint, and James, please flag to me when if I'm speaking too much. But I just wanted to give a little bit of a glimpse of the OEWG as part of this paradox of inclusion, right? I think it comes as this proposed solution. So back in 2019, when you had the start of like two simultaneous processes, the GGE, the last GGE and the OEWG, you had this narrative that the OEWG, as an open-ended working group, as a UN mechanism for a particular type of dialogue, it would be more inclusive, firstly, because it would include all member states. So it would shift the conversation to the all of the GA members, the General Assembly members. So from a composition standpoint, it seems that, it would probably be more inclusive, and also that it would have some kind of participation from non-state actors. But so the enabler is that we're going from 30 to 193 countries. The challenge there is obviously that enabling effective participation of member states as part of this process is a whole different ballgame, right? We've been working quite a lot at RUSI to facilitate like workshops on responsible cyber behavior, and just working with other governments, like let's say small island states, like talking about ransomware and trying to really kind of democratize the access to some bits of the debate, or to go deeper into some elements of the OEWG agenda. There are structural elements that are just reproduced as in these spaces, which is normally you have one person. If it is a small UN mission, you have one diplomat, one person that's there covering a myriad of themes, right? So even if you have a process that has gone to the 193 countries, is it actually an effective participation? Because again, many countries won't see that, state responsibility in cyberspace is the first topic on their national priority, and they only have one person in the UN covering these topics. And on top of that, they really don't prioritize, because that's also challenging. And if they want to bring someone from the capital, right, to participate, that's the cost of meaningful inclusion as part of that expansion of those that can participate. So you have an enabler from a process standpoint, but that does not address the structural challenges over there. Obviously, there's some solutions, such as the Women in Cyber Fellowship, which is an initiative that is funded by State Department, the UK government, Australia, and a couple of others that seek to bring women diplomats, or let's say representatives of national cybersecurity agencies, to be the representatives at the OAWG. So again, how do you you enable a process, but then how do you make sure that that process is actually inclusive at the end of the day? So it's more of a walking the talk paradox that we're thinking over here. And in some ways, the second logic of inclusion within the OWG, so we talked about the state one, the non-state actor inclusion. Again, the process does enable non-state actors to participate, unlike the GGE, as I said, which is 30 states that participated. It was just them. No opportunity to look at what they were discussing or even like webcast at the UN. And the OWG does all of those things, which is great. But the disabler, I'd say, or let's say the paradox of inclusion for non-state actors is obviously that it has become a weaponized discussion. So since the start of this latest OEWG, the 2021 to 2025, what we've seen is right at the start, at least a year of the process, or more than half of the first year of the process, there was the stalemate between states that wanted to promote effective modalities for stakeholder participation so that they would be able to provide their speech, to give a speech over at the UN, or that they would be able to listen in through the UN webcast, or that they would be able to be accredited. And there were other states that said, no, we don't need to have those stakeholders. But they also said, well, if we have to have these stakeholders, we need to have a veto power over who gets to be in the room. So that has led to a stalemate for most of the first bit. And after that, to effective vetoing of different organizations, including my organization, and also, let's say, really important technical community experts such as the Forum on Incident Response team, which could effectively provide input into some of the conversations, but that they were also vetoed by some member states. So you see that there is a process enabling, but that there are political challenges or things when it comes to the meaningful inclusion of non-state actors in these spaces. And just to finalize, because I'm sure that I'm almost on time, like done with my time, is looking at the third logic of inclusion. So we talked states, non-state actors, and I think the third one is thinking about the context where this dialogue is being held, being more inclusive. So this is a first committee process, which means that, usually it's the highest level of the conversation on international peace and security when it comes to cyber. So obviously the chair of this process has a lot of responsibility to shape meaningfully that inclusion. So the enabler there for thinking about this broader context of the dialogue is the chair, for example, hosting online convenings. He organized the high-level roundtable on cyber capacity building, where organizations from different parts of the world could effectively share their experiences in implementing cyber capacity building. You see also in this process different proposals from developing countries gaining traction, such as Kenya suggesting and tabling recommendation for a portal to look at, threats, so that other states that might not have as much cyber threat intelligence or that might have less access to information that they can share. So you also have coalitions of different states coming together, both, developing cross-regional representatives, which is not something specific about the OEWG, but it says that the process is enabling those types of interactions in spite of a geopolitical tension between two poles that you see effectively happening in the room. But you see, for example, El Salvador working with Estonia, working with Switzerland to think about the applicability of international law in cyberspace and tabling, let's say, documents for a further conversation. But the outcome, or let's say the background tension in this third bit of like the space of this dialogue is really that is the question of what comes next. So I don't know how many of you are familiar, but the OEWG is coming to an end in 2025 in July, and there is another proposal for a program of action. So let's say another way in which we structure the dialogue at the UN within this, a regular institutional dialogue for cyber. And there is this dichotomy between these two proposals. One is obviously the OEWG was the result of a Russia table proposal, which has effectively been, successful in the past 5 years in actually pushing the conversation forward, at least maintaining that dialogue. But there's obviously a need for a more dynamic dialogue that can go deeper into different topics and that, can more effectively include stakeholders. And that's the program of action. Not that one is better than the other, but there are different proposals for how that dialogue should happen, that regular institutional dialogue. And the member states will need to decide. So within this context of these three paradoxes, in many ways, how do you think that going forward? And I think there is a very politicized tension between these two proposals. And I think right now is thinking about the design of the process, right? And I don't think that necessarily we're always tackling those underlying inequalities. But in any case, I just wanted to stop there. I think there are other bits in terms of the relationship between the IGF and the OWG, or the coexistence of different UN processes, especially on cyber. But I'm very happy to talk about that afterwards. But I just wanted to maybe set the scene from an OWG standpoint of what are these different logics of inclusion and what are the challenges to these three logics of inclusion.
Louise, thank you so much. That is an incredibly rich introduction and overview of the paradox of inclusion. And I really appreciate you breaking it down into sort of this question of between states with non-state actors and also these other modalities of inclusion as well. Given that you covered so much ground there, I do just want to give the people in the room and online the chance to respond or ask a few questions while it's fresh in their mind. And then we will turn to our next panelists. So if there is anyone who would like to come in online, please do put your question in the chat. If you'd like to come in person, obviously just raise your hand and we will bring the mic to you. So while you're maybe thinking of that, and if anyone is thinking of questions, I would just highlight one recent publication from Virtual Roots through our site Binding Hook. Now, Binding Hook is a way to disseminate academic research in an accessible way to a wide audience. And there's a new piece from last week on Pacific Island cybersecurity, how to co-design cybersecurity governance for and with Pacific Island states. So if you're interested in that part of Louise's remarks, please do check out that piece that has just come out on Binding Hook. If there are no questions in the chat and everyone here seems very content, I will move on to our next panelist, who is Yasmin Azuzi. And Yasmin, again, please do introduce yourself a little bit more, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you, Louise, for that incredible overview. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Yasmin. I am a cybersecurity program officer at the ITU. So the ITU, as many of you know, is the UN agency, a specialized agency for ICTs. And indeed, given my role, I will also be focusing a little bit more on cybersecurity processes, as Louise has beautifully done. But indeed, I think it's a pivotal moment for internet governance. So next year, we have the WSIS Plus 20. We're currently navigating the Global Digital Compact, topic-specific ones like the ones in cybersecurity, open-ended working group, ad hoc committee on cybercrime. And we're seeing in general, as mentioned very nicely, that there is a proliferation of fora, which has obviously both opportunities and challenges. So I think at the heart of this paradox, the paradox of inclusion, is the number of fora that are also addressing overlapping issues, overlapping internet governance issues, and this being compounded, of course, by duplication and silos at times. So, for example, I can give a specific example from the ITU. So agreements that member states and resolutions that member states have voted on at ITU statutory meetings on the topic of cybersecurity capacity building at times are often sometimes also discussed at the open-ended working group agenda item on cybersecurity. And this is partly due to member state representation in the ITU being mainly ministries of ICTs, Ministry of Communication, of digitalization, while at the open-ended working group, first committee diplomats at times, but also representatives of national cyber agencies. This shows basically a lack of coordination at national level. And of course, many developing states are facing capacity constraints that prevents them from being represented in this. Just about financial resources, at times it's also the technical expertise and ability to navigate the interdisciplinary nature of digital policymaking. So this, I think, is the core of why this paradox exists, because the silos that are present at national level are being reflected internationally. In fact, digital issues touch upon multiple disciplines, so it can span from national security to economic development to human rights to sociological change, and this very interdisciplinarity, while enriching, also contributes to the fragmentation. So I'll take cybersecurity as an example. As rightly mentioned, the Open-Ended Working Group addresses cybersecurity within the first committee of the General Assembly, which focuses on peace and security. Ad hoc committee on cybercrime operates in the third committee. Yet cybersecurity can also have implications in the second committee on economic development. It's a critical role in security. And in parallel to that, at the same time, at the ITU, at WSIS processes as well, we are emphasizing technical cyber capacity building for the purpose of sustainable development and economic and social development. And this is far removed from peace and security aspects being discussed elsewhere. Similarly, the Global Digital the Global Digital Compact, naming cybersecurity more as enabler of a securing digital space in general, and it focuses very much on the harms, on privacy protection, and calls, let's say, for international cooperation more on a high-level way. So this way of compartmentalization makes it challenging for stakeholders, particularly from low-resource nations, to align their priorities and also to maintain continuity across these different, which causes, again, the silos and duplication. Paradoxically, given also the topic, the solution actually may lie in reducing this fragmentation at national level by improving, for example, interagency coordination, focusing on fostering interdisciplinary teams that are equipped to engage meaningfully in multiple fora. And I think that this approach can offer some key advantages. So first off, countries need to establish multidisciplinary teams that can have expertise in technical, diplomatic, and also policy-making communities. For example, representation of national cybersecurity agencies or national computer incident response teams at the open-ended work often results in practical, context-specific that are a bit different compared to, let's say, traditional career diplomats. However, this, of course, requires a pipeline of trained multidisciplinary professionals that have the expertise in technology, but also in diplomacy. So being able to operate in that nexus in a way. Second, capacity building with inclusivity in mind must be key. So initiatives must prioritize inclusive capacity building that can bridge technical and policy silos. So for example, at the ITU, exercises and drills that bring together those two communities at national level, so that they are accustomed, let's say, to interagency collaboration in that manner. Programs should focus on enabling countries to engage also in internet governance fora in a holistic manner. So being equipped both, again, from the technical and the policy perspective. And I think streamlining global processes can be, let's say, a very utopic goal. Realistic or useful to think of consolidating all internet governance fora. But what we can focus on is actually enhancing coordination and avoiding duplication by aligning mandates, creating, let's say, better linkages between discussions. For example, on the capacity building, cybersecurity capacity building these agendas can be harmonized across Open-Ended Working Group, ITU, and Global Digital Compact, for example, to reduce redundancy. Lastly, I think governments should incentivize interagency collaboration across technical, diplomatic, and policy community at national level, which can actually create these interdisciplinary teams. And this can also include having coordination mechanisms in place that can regularly consult across disciplines so that there is consistency when it comes to international negotiations and international fora. So just to conclude, as we're looking at let's say, the future of internet governance at the WSIS Plus 20 and other, important to focus on building bridges between disciplines, given the very interdisciplinary nature of the topic at hand. Bridges also between national and international levels, bridges between interagency bridges, let's say, at national level, of course, between well-resourced and under-resourced actors. Internet, we want to think one that really reflects diverse voices and can enable all nations, regardless of capacity, to reach a meaningful seat at the table. and so that we can overcome this paradox of inclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yasmin. And just to repeat my call from earlier, if anyone does have any questions for Yasmin or Louise at this stage, then please do bring them into the discussion. We would love to hear from you, whether you are in person or online. I am extremely pleased to have our third speaker here, Corinne Kasher from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Malta. Corinne, please do come up to the table. You snuck in behind me, and I didn't even see you, so that's clearly operating in stealth mode. Now, Corinne hopefully will follow on with her perspective on the paradox of inclusion and maybe also the paradox of travel in Riyadh as well. So, Corinne, it's a pleasure to have you here. I'll hand over the mic to you.
Yes, hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I don't have much to add actually to what Yasmin already said, because I think she really encompassed the discussion very well, and I noticed that she really sort of hit the nail right on the head about the paradox of inclusion. So I just really wanted to add on to what Yasmin said. I think it's important to avoid having the fragmentation of all these processes through also the fact that you need both the technical and the political level to work very closely together. And the issue of resources was one that really struck me. I know this is one of the main issues, that there are a lack of resources, and from our perspective as Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are really working hard to fund resources so that we aim to actually provide resources where necessary. So if it's, for example, the fact of the lack of representation, we fund fellows, we fund also diplomats from, let's say, least developed countries, etc., so that they are able to be represented at the highest levels of decision making. One other aspect that struck me was the need to harmonize the processes and also to enhance coordination. I think this is really key. And obviously the Global Digital Compact only came into, let's say, adoption last September at the UN General Assembly, so we will see how it will fit in with the other processes. But that's all from my end. I will add some closing remarks as well. But I really wanted to hear what participants think about this and what their views are on how to promote more inclusion, and also to avoid the fragmentation of the processes, because this will be really sort of key in us as governments to factor in what needs to be done for this to be, let's say, a more harmonized process. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. And yes, we look forward to your concluding remarks as well. So before we turn to an open discussion, and at that point, I will be asking everyone what your perspective is on the paradox of inclusion. So please do get some interventions ready. What I'm going to do is reflect a little bit on one example of the paradox of inclusion that I've been working on very closely. And what I'll do is I'll use Louise's framework, because I think it's a very helpful one, of inclusion at a state level, inclusion at a non-state or multi-stakeholder level, and inclusion in terms of modalities as well, to illustrate how this paradox emerges through a particular process. And the one I'll talk about isn't the OEWG or the Global Digital Compact, these sort of very high-profile major ones. It's a little bit more niche. It's the Pall Mall process. Now, can I get a quick show of hands in the room if you've heard of or know about the Pall Mall process. If anyone does, then please put your hand up. Glad the panelists do as well. If you don't, then I think I will give a quick overview of what it is. So recently, there's been a recognition among many states that many offensive cyber tools, otherwise known as cyber intrusion capabilities, have both positive and negative uses. They have positive uses because they are necessary for cybersecurity. They help organizations test their defenses and improve their defenses through things like penetration testing within cybersecurity. So asking someone external to try and hack into your networks so you know where the holes are and you can fix them. They have negative uses when they are used by cyber criminals for ransomware or other theft, and also when they are misused by state actors. Right? So this is where companies would offer cyber intrusion capabilities commercially, often known as spyware, and then states would buy that and then use it. This is in many cases, perfectly legitimate activity, right? States need such surveillance capabilities for reasons of national security, but often, in many cases, they have overstepped the line, right? They have used capabilities in ways that are not proportionate, that lead to significant human rights violations as well. This is a recognized issue in internet governance. And there have been many efforts to try and address this at both a national and a multi-stakeholder level. And so, for example, you have the US, which is a major producer of these capabilities, right? It's a major center for spyware development, research, and sale. The US then imposes sanctions on particular companies that it thinks have violated the norms or boundaries that it wants to impose. So there are very high-profile cases of US sanctions and indictments and other measures, such as restrictions on government procurement. So US government agencies can't buy from certain companies in order to shape this market. There are also efforts at the multi-stakeholder level. Some of you may have heard of the Cyber Tech Accord. And this is a group of tech companies, industry companies, who came together to develop their own voices on internet governance. They produced principles for what they called curbing the cyber mercenary market, right? So they put a different frame on it. But again, they're trying to intervene in this sphere. Now, again, that wasn't especially effective. And so what happened last year is a new initiative was launched called the Pall Mall process. This aimed at both bringing in industry, including the spyware industry itself, including the companies worried about that, such as the big tech companies, including the states buying and using spyware and commercial cyber intrusion capabilities, and those being affected by it. So, in short, it was a big tent initiative, right? It wanted to get everyone together to find a solution to this complex problem. And let's unpack that initiative, which has now been running for just under a year, in the three levels that Louise mentioned. Firstly, at a state level, was it inclusive? Well, in one way, yes, right? Anyone who wanted to, any state that wanted to sign up to the Pall Mall Declaration, published in February, could do so, right? They could attend the conference, they could engage in discussions, and put their name at the bottom, right? And now the state interaction on these discussions is getting more detailed. But it was still not completely equal, right? The sponsors of this initiative, the funders and organizers, are the British and French governments, right? They are the ones running it. They are aiming to include as many other states as possible, but ultimately the conferences are in Europe, they're in the UK and France. Most of the attendees are from, and organizers are from these states. And so there's a tension there between having a very stereotypical sort of European perspective on the issues, and making it as wide an invitation as possible. So that's at the state level. At the multi-stakeholder level, yes, there are efforts to include multi-stakeholders. So Virtual Roots is a multi-stakeholder participant in the Pall Mall process. And multi-stakeholders have the voice, the opportunity to engage at these conferences. They can submit responses to a consultation that closed a couple of months ago on these issues, and they will continue to be able to feed into the process. But again, this is clearly a two-tier system, right? You have in each event a day reserved for multi-stakeholder discussion, and then a day reserved for state-only discussion. So while the multi-stakeholders are able to input, they are not able to observe or have any understanding of what is going on in the state negotiations. So in a way, it's a bit like the OEWG on one side and then the GG on the other side, right? Where it's just the states in a closed forum. So multi-stakeholder, yes, but also two-tier. And then finally, in terms of modalities, and this is where it is very interesting. The open consultation that ran for 3 months over the summer this year was on the declaration on the way forward for the Pall Mall process. And what was interesting was a lot of industry coalitions and companies contributed to this consultation. Most of them were from the cybersecurity industry, right? They were contributing from the defensive side. But what the aim was for also to get the companies who build and make and sell the spyware to contribute as well, right? It's a genuinely multi-stakeholder process. And it didn't quite succeed in that, right? They were looking for more and more contributions from all parts of the industry as well as civil society as well. And so, again, when you go into each of these processes, and that's just one example, you can unpack the layers in which efforts at inclusion are both very laudable, right? They do, in fact, increase inclusion. But on the other hand, they only go so far. And indeed, the barrier to entry to these processes, the amount of knowledge you have to enter, is far beyond maybe that of an embassy diplomat or a non-specialist, right? You need to really be engaged in these processes to contribute effectively. So with that example, I will now open the floor. And so how we'd like to run this second half of the session is just to ask the participants in person or online. If you're online, then please do put it in the chat. I will read it out, and we can ask the panelists to reflect on your remarks, to ask you some very simple questions. Firstly, does the paradox of inclusion ring true to you, right? Is it something that you recognize in your own work? Is it something that you think, nah, what are you talking about? Why are we even here, right? So that's question one. Question two is, where do you see it most relevant to your work, and how might you try and overcome it, right? So maybe first, is it something that you recognize, and then where and how do you see it happening? I'll pause. In the room, please do put your hand up if you'd like to contribute. Online, please do come in on the chat.
Yes. Okay, I can hear myself. That's good. Thank you so much. I'm Julia Ebel from the Austrian Foreign Ministry, currently working at the mission in Geneva, and I've been involved in some of the processes that you've talked about. So it was very enlightening to see kind of a full overview, because I can very much resonate with the questions that you've raised, that as a diplomat, we tend to work on a couple of these processes, but not all of them. So I was not aware of the Pall Mall Declaration, for example, because I've been on a mission abroad and not in capital, working on the processes holistically, for example. So that was very interesting. Thank you very much for bringing that up as a question. I wanted to make 3 points on everything that has been discussed. And one was, from my point of view, we need different expertise in all these processes. And what you've brought up, for example, cybercrime, cybersecurity, when we look at it from a national point of view, cybercrime, we had a lot of our criminal law experts involved nationally, looking at actual criminal law provisions and how it would be applied for us. When we talk about cybersecurity, we get a lot of the defense side in, we get international law questions in, so this requires quite a different expertise and different people, also from a national level. But I do hear the need for also coordinating better nationally, so that is something for sure, and we also always try to bring national experts also into our delegations when we have these discussions on different processes and negotiations. But Austria also funds other like developing country diplomats to come to certain processes. We did that, for example, in the cybercrime process, that we wanted to get the experts from capitals from developing countries to be part of the process, because we don't only want to talk among diplomats, we want to talk with the people that actually have to implement this at a national level. That is something we did, and I know the Council of Europe is also very active on capacity building when it comes to that. So there are initiatives, and there is a wish to bring in the people that actually work on these issues, at least when we talk about government participation. And one thing that resonated with me is what Yasmin said about what the ITU does and then what the different committees in New York do. And having worked in both environments, I do see that there is a bit of a lack of communication between Geneva and New York on processes like that. And then, of course, you have the capitals in it as well. And that's a bit of my question also to the panelists of, have you seen any best practices, or do you have any ideas of how to help, both from a member state's perspective, from a stakeholder perspective, and also from a UN agency perspective? Like, how can we strengthen the communication between these processes to avoid duplication, which is a strain for all of us, really?
Thank you so much for your intervention and a combination of both very insightful points and also a good question to push us to sort of identify best practices as well. Yasmin, given we had a little bit on the ITU, maybe I could turn to you first, and then Louise online to give a little response. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very insightful question. Indeed, I think it's a decades-long problem of having the lack of communication between the Geneva and New York. But when it comes to good practices, one thing that pops into mind is the kind of work that we do at the ITU at national level in particular. So if I give you an example, when we are supporting developing countries in particular, when it comes to their development or establishment of something like national cybersecurity strategies, part of that agreed upon methodology is to actually have consultation workshops prior that are inclusive of many different stakeholders. And at times we found ourselves in contexts where those same actors had never actually been in the same room together. But this is sort of a prerequisite that we put in terms of, if you need your strategy to be developed, these are the people that you need to have in the room. And so that stems from, of course, an inclusion need, but also a very practical need. I mean, if a strategy, since it's a living document, it's something that needs to be implemented, is developed by a small group of stakeholders and then is asked actually to be implemented by wider stakeholders, it makes it difficult. So creation of ownership, I think, at national level across different expertises. So ministries, national agencies, but also critical infrastructure providers. We've had in the same room central banks, energy representatives, but also ministries ranging from MFA all the way to, of course, defense, interior, and others, because, of course, it's extremely interdisciplinary, and a national strategy also needs to have all of those elements be taken into consideration. So this is a same model that we have seen being also the start also of better coordination at interagency level, where you didn't have it before. We've often felt a bit of resistance at times from, let's say, the lead agency at national level, due to, I guess, wanting to keep ownership over things. But then gradually seeing that shared ownership has actually yielded better results in terms of coordination, but also in terms of effective implementation of things, and having also different perspectives on the same topic has actually, taught a lot to different stakeholders. So I think this could be one good practice. So having, again, might seem like a leitmotif here, but multi-stakeholder actors at the table prior to, let's say, major negotiations or major establishment of strategies or policies is part of the solution. It might sound, obvious or simple or easy, but I think this is really where it starts. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. And Louise, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. And I mean, I 100% agree with what Yasmin just said. But just to add on top of that, I'd say there are 2 points that came to mind when you were kind of asking your question. And one of them is, I wonder whether we need to create a community that goes to these places and that kind of like, I know that is like spreading one thin, and I think that's exactly where we started this conversation of, do we have to follow so many processes that we can't actually do that? So I mean, from both a government and a non-governmental perspective, I think, for example, attending the OWG and attending the IGF, that community being able to leave that privileged space, and also, I mean, you could argue that there's some privileges to being able to actually attend the IGF, but being able to have those communities going to other places means that whenever there's not an overlap, there's a new set of a community there, but you ensure that there is that knowledge transfer, or at least that experience from that particular room, it's going to that other place. So I think the question here is, how do we take these New York dynamics or New York centric dialogues, and how do we translate it, transpose it, and let's say provide the space for those same dialogues, even though, let's say, not in the same format, to happen in other places. And I think there's some answers, or let's say best practices, that I'd like to highlight. The first one is, well, just a couple of days ago, and starting from that same productive discomfort, RUSI and Virtual Routes, we organize the cyber policy dialogues over here at the IGF, well, over there at the IGF, which is a networking session, right? And the purpose is really to identify people that are doing that kind of similar research, or that are engaging in those spaces, or that are interested in those spaces, right? So creating the space for us to have those kinds of New York-centric conversations, like in another geographic location, is absolutely fundamental. And that is one way in which we can do that from, let's say, a IGF, OAWG kind of cross-pollination, but that could obviously apply for many, many other, let's say, processes. Another possibility there, or example, is that over at RUSI, we have launched the Global Partnership for Responsible Cyber Behavior, which is a platform for researchers from all different regions to kind of come together and reflect of what responsible cyber behavior means from their, let's say, perspective, from their geographic location. And we organized a discussion over in Singapore during the Singapore Cyber Week with researchers and government representatives, not just from the Southeast Asian countries, but other regions as well that were attending CICW, to discuss norms of responsible state behavior and the practical behaviors that they see from their regional perspective. So we got like small island countries saying that, for example, climate-related concerns and critical infrastructure protection is much more relevant, or that is actually kind of like state responsibility, and responsible state behavior is ensuring that the climate discussion is connected to the critical infrastructure discussion at the first committee, right? Which is a very different interpretation, you would argue, but that it is like, once you go to the regional level and once you do that cross-pollination, is that can be quite useful. So I mean, that is another example of a best practice of how we take those very specific bubbles and how do we let's say, expand those dialogues and how we as non-governmental actors can do that, but also as governments. I think one other example that I would give here is my other, let's say, side is I'm part of the National Cybersecurity Committee in Brazil, which has been established as an outcome of the national cybersecurity policy. And that committee is mostly government representatives, like different parts of the government, of the public administration, but you do have 3 civil society representatives and 3 industry representatives and 3 representatives from the technical community. And what we've been discussing, one of the things is how to make sure that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can better coordinate across, like do more of the interagency coordination to then take those, let's say, inputs to the international fora, right? So is it necessary? For some countries, you don't need to have a formal mechanism. And for Brazil, it hasn't been a formal mechanism, but just having the conversation about how to do that better and how to kind of like calibrate, because the ministry has developed its own cyber division, right? How to foster that or facilitate that liaison role that the MFA crucially plays in collating those different views, right? Even if you can't have a more diverse delegation going with you to, let's say, New York or Geneva. So my question, perhaps back to the diplomats in the room, is, is there something about best practices of the MFA being more well equipped or best practices there to think about how to facilitate that interagency coordination, or even if you have a shortage of resources, how you can feed back into those places or feed into in a better setting? Do we need to have MFAs more well equipped for this scenario where there's really a spread of different cyber related processes? Anyways, I'll stop there because, as you've seen, I speak way too much, but hopefully I'd like to hear from you all.
Thank you very much, Louise. And just to add a short footnote to what Louise and Yasmin have said, I think Louise started by saying there are 2 reasons, right, for this proliferation of initiatives. One is specialization, and the other one is politicization, right? And Yasmin pointed out that one of the main challenges is giving participants, whether multi-stakeholder or states, a sense of ownership in each initiative, right? So you want to engage early, engage transparently, and set out a clear roadmap for how things will go ahead and when people should and how they should intervene. Now, the danger there, right, is that if you engage very transparently and openly early on with people who do not share the same objectives of the initiative, maybe even would like to sabotage or delay it or see it not exist, right? Then that gives them an opportunity to do so very easily, because you say, okay, we will not move ahead until we have got full ownership from everyone in the room. And so someone says, oh, I want this to happen, I'm not going to agree, and it doesn't move ahead. So the best practice that I think of here is be as open as possible, right? So do engage really transparently early on, but with clear, deadlines and with clear suggestions for who will take forward action after those deadlines, right? So you have things like the Power Mile consultation period, right? That is good because it invites broad interventions, it has a deadline, and it's clear who will go on afterwards. So it's very hard to say, no, there was no opportunity to be involved from want to see it go ahead or want to push forward for a delaying tactic. But still, the real nub of the issue is that how do you identify those actors that will take it forward? Is it going to be the same people, right? So ideally not. So in the Power Mile process, in the absence of anyone else, right, they close the consultation, and it's the UK and France who then take it forward. So you're back to the original problem of inclusion. Ideally, you would have a different set of actors, but who will be nominated and ready and funded with the resources to take it forward. So just to highlight the politicization, politicization happens in those processes as well. We do have a question online, so I wonder if we could enable unmuting, and Akriti, please do ask your question.
Hi, Hi, thank you so much. I guess it's more of a comment to Luis's point than a question. And I'd love to be able to unmute video if that's possible, by the way. I can't, but I think just to the point about politicization and what Luis was saying about the MFA. So I'm Akriti. I work at Global Partners Digital, and before that, I was working in India's foreign ministry in the G20. And something that we noticed, and especially more so when we were organizing a convention on cybercrime and AI and NFT, and this was part of the G20 presidency, so it was under the aegis of technically the foreign ministry, but because there's so many departments, like for us the internal security is done by a ministry called the Ministry of Home Affairs, and then we have a Ministry of Information and Technology, and then we have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So, and I was coordinating technically on the side of the MFA, but coming from tech policy, I was kind of more aware than say most foreign policy people were about some of those discussions. And I think what I noticed was that a lot of the times the positions that came up were something that at least my MFA were just checking to make sure that it didn't go against what we had said at the UN. It wasn't so much that they were making the policy as so much that they were just checking that it wasn't contradicting our international opinion on something else. So I just wonder that even if we did have diplomatic practices from the MFA, I think a lot of constructive input, and that's our challenge as civil society, is kind of to make sure that we have connections or sort of a community or interactions with different like the internal political machinery, which is different ministries, because a lot of times you can come in at the very last stage, but we're not really involved in the point where the policy is being discussed, so much as just where it's being vetted. And to me, sort of that's a very clear delineation between how you participate. So there's of course the things that the MFA can do, but I just wonder how much of that onus on how to involve civil society will then fall on, say, the MFA, whereas permeating that culture within the internal politics where you invite opinion from civil society and different departments. And I guess there is going to be one ministry that needs to lead that. And if it's an internet governance, which I guess a lot of times happens in international discussions, and whether that's an MFA prerogative or whether it's someone else. But I think that's a huge challenge for us as civil society from a national point of view, that how is our national engagement so strong that when we say something internationally, it really comes from kind of the local perspective, or that we're heard at the very first layer that we can be heard at. Thank you.
Kriti, thank you so much. And it again just highlights this important for coordination at both layers, right? You cannot have a inclusive and effective international layer without first working hard and solving problems at the national layer. We do have a representative from a Ministry of Foreign Affairs on our panel. So I was wondering, Corinne, if you would maybe say a little bit about your perspective on what the role of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in these issues. Of how technical should it be? How can it rely on other technical communities and draw on those different parts of government?
First of all, I wanted to make a point on the Pall Mall process. We received an invitation from the French and the UK governments to participate, so received a formal invitation, and I have to say that we thought about it, and we thought that it was a very important process. Particularly on the point of also promoting inclusivity, and on also getting industry and other different factions on board. So we did participate. This was the first time for us, and I was aware also of the different factions that participated. We had one representative from the industry, and one representative from the ministry, from a line ministry that participated, and I was happy to see that they were included in the consultation process. And I think for us, this was something that we would like to also encourage other states to sign up to, because it's very important to, not only in terms of, as I said, including the other let's say factions that are not always included in the decision making, but also as a way of promoting, let's say, coordination between different states. So that was a point on the Pall Mall process. And on the points raised, I very much share the same thoughts as the Austrian colleague as well, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There are a lot of different processes, and with the different processes, you have to see which representatives are going to attend which process. Sometimes it's very difficult also from our side. I think particularly difficult was the Cybercrime Convention, because we had an issue of not having our delegates participate directly in New York. Our criminal lawyers, it was very difficult to get them to participate in negotiating sessions. So it was very challenging for us because we had to rely on our delegates in New York and to coordinate back sort of with the line ministry. So that was very challenging, because as also one other thing is with the sort of proliferation of different processes. I mean, even the line ministries themselves are having to keep up or having to keep up pace with all these different processes taking place. And sometimes, you don't have the necessary specialists. Especially with cybercrime, for example, there are certain technicalities where we don't have the necessary expertise to deal with them. So it's very hard to keep pace with all these different processes, to make sure that you have all these specialists on board. And I would say that the Cybercrime Convention for us was the most difficult because of the fact that we didn't have these specialists who would be able to go back and forth from New York to Malta and negotiate. And I was also very struck by what Louise said about the sort of transfer of knowledge from New York to other centers of discussion. I mean, the fact that I'm participating the first time in the IGF is also sort of decision-based on that. The fact that I'm coming from the Foreign Ministry, but at the same time I'm participating in a forum where it's not just the Foreign Ministry, but also other technical fellows, civil society, etc. are participating. I think it's important to share knowledge in that respect. And there was another point on, I believe that Louise raised about the sort of need to have this sort of harmonization process going also with respect to the Cyber Security Committee, which she mentioned about Brazil. We also have a Cyber Security Committee in Malta. I'm a representative on that committee, and again it brings together all the players, all the line ministries, all the representatives of the industry, but the Foreign Ministry is really sort of coordinating, let's say, has a coordinating role in that, make sure that what the representatives or the delegates say, as also the online participant mentioned, doesn't sort of run counter to what we say in New York or in other areas. But I think the fact that this Cybersecurity Committee was established was very not only timely but also very important. I think it has helped a lot to first of all bring sort of to the table items or let's say issues that maybe not all participants or delegates are aware of. I'm thinking in particular about the issue of the application of international law in cyberspace. For example, that was an area which was being discussed at the EU level, but not every delegate, let's say from the police force to let's say the critical infrastructure department, I mean, they were not aware of the discussions that were taking place. I mean, they were aware of it in a general sense, but not so much into the detail. And I think it was very important that this was raised at the committee. And so, I mean, the committee has a very important role to play because it brings together the different sort of factions, but it also enables certain issues to be exchanged, to have more information. And for us, it was important. I think without the committee, certain sort of items or issues would maybe fall through the cracks, and then line ministries or other entities would come to know about it much later than they would actually come to know about it if there was not the committee. So I think it's a very important framework as well. For us, it's sort of a formal establishment. It's under the Office of the Prime Minister, so there's a sort of also prime ministerial lead over that, which gives it also a certain influence and a certain weight to take decisions. But I believe that this is also one aspect where harmonization comes into play, and where we avoid sort of also the fragmentation of cyber issues, because at the end of the day, there's so many processes, so many different ministries tackling different aspects of cyber. The sort of committee brings them together, and for us nationally, it's helped a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karina, and that's a fantastic insight into how these national structures of coordination work as well. Akriti, I can see you've got your hand up to respond again, and then I will open the floor. So Akriti, come in, and then we'll open the floor.
Yeah, thanks. Just to point out, because she mentioned the issue of cybercrime convention, and from our point of view, so when India, we had this law in India which was struck down by the Supreme Court, which was our highest law in the land, because the speech was extremely vague in terms of what it marked as offensive, and the overreach was such that it was marked down. And then eventually India tried to bring the exact, like literal verbatim exact same prohibition to the cybercrime convention, trying to circumvent our national jurisdiction to then have it. Obviously if it's international law and then you have to ratify it, then to get it back into our national legislation. And it was honestly a little bit shocking to us as a civil society that route was trying to be used to legitimize the chilling effect on freedom of speech again. But also another point was that because that was happening at the cybercrime convention, and at least in India, the capacity to follow international conversations on internet governance and such is much more limited than national. So the kind of traction that we got on that was so little. Like if you weren't very specifically tracking the cybercrime convention, which is kind of literally maybe one organization, if any, in India, then it didn't get as much traction as when, of course, the national debate was happening. And I think that was quite, for us, just kind of alarming to see that they were moving to the international fora from the national fora, and kind of because the harmonization works the way it does, they thought that they could try to get away with it, and eventually it didn't pass, of course. So it's not a reality today, but it was quite alarming to see that those kind of actions also happen. And the lesser we see harmonization and even just civil society kind of input or attention on the internet governance spaces, it can really come back from what people consider an elitist internet governance level to really our national legislation. So just to respond to that, thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, that example of states trying to circumvent maybe civil society or popular resistance to certain measures of legislation by going through the international level is really fascinating. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to come in with their perspective on the paradox of inclusion? I see no hands. Would anyone online like to come in? Please do raise your hand or put something in the chat. If not, then I will offer the floor to Yasmin and Louise for their interventions. But there is someone already, so Sasha, please do come in. And can we give Sasha some video as well, if you'd like to have video. If you don't want, then leave it off.
Yep. Hi, good day. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you, yes. Welcome.
Yes. All right. I can't get the video, so that's fine. All right, so my name is Sasha Nanel. I'm here from the University of Prince Edward Islands, and my perspective is through the digital inclusion perspective. And just inquiry concerning the way in which we look at the way in which we fragment internet, generally speaking, and the way in which we identify the subtext within the presentation of information. And when it comes to internet governance, how do we consider the identities that are being put forward? Is it going to be a situation where when you look at that lateral transfer from physical inclusion to digital inclusion, what structures are in place to ensure that minority identities are being presented in such a fashion that it is represented on the world stage and just general comments on that particular space, because when it comes to our intersectionality and internet identity, it's important that we don't lose sight of those minority identities within that digital space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. In which case, what I will do, if there's no other comments in person, then I will offer the floor to Yasmin and Louise to give some concluding remarks, but also specifically to address that question of ensuring we have the digital inclusion of minoritized identities and communities. Louise, would you like to go first?
Sure, happy to do so, and thank you for that question, Sasha. I think from where I'm standing and from the, let's say, sorry if my voice is a bit robotic at the moment, but just recovering from a cold. From where I'm sitting and from the example that I gave, I think there is a reflection to be made as to how we best include or recognize minorities in the context of these very high level processes, right? And I think I gave a very brief example of how some member states have been trying to do that. And I know that that doesn't respond very specifically to like the kind of like physical, like offline, online kind of representation. But again, from that process specifically, let's say like the OAWG, you do have member states facilitating and supporting the Women in Cyber Fellowship, which I think creates, let's say, a precedent for not only having more like gender balance there, but effectively having women and folks from different, let's say, standpoints to actually negotiate an official text. And I wouldn't underestimate that, because there are different ways of approaching the negotiation of a text, and obviously the subjectiveness of your background, where you're coming from, be it geographically, be it in terms of your gender, that really kind of like plays into the way in which you navigate the world. And that's not different when you enter a UN windowless room, right? And I think that's actually very important. And just seeing that specific fellowship taking place throughout the last, like, I don't know, since 2018 at least, 2019, sorry, with the start of the OAWG, you do see the consistency of, similar women attending these spaces. And I think that's good because it just maintains a memory of, having effective representatives there. So hopefully that responds a bit to your question. But again, from the very specific standpoint, my concluding remarks is almost like a summary because, as you know, James, I tried to kind of like cluster things and structure kind of thoughts. So going back to the notion of paradox, I think we have 3 paradoxes, if that's the word, now reflecting. I think the first one is thinking about the paradox of meaningful leadership. We talked about lots of different processes. I think there's a thing over here, which is there is a value in spearheading certain initiatives and setting into motion, so structuring it. But I think there's a very important point, and I think that's something that you raised quite nicely, James, which is there a moment for us to delegate some of that leadership? And if that leadership is delegated, how that should happen? Also calibrating political risks, right? Because that's what member states are usually doing, right? It's like, I don't want to lose control over this process, but I want to indicate that it's actually inclusive. But is there something about calibrating between spearheading, setting it in motion, and delegating? What does delegation look like? The Counter Ransomware Initiative has different working groups with different countries doing that, and I think non-state actors like chairing that, but I might be wrong. The second paradox then, meaningful leadership. The second one for me is like meaningful coordination. And in the meaningful coordination, I think what we saw is calibrating between like interagency mechanisms, developing those if that is something that's relevant at the national level, be it like a committee structure. So similarly to Malta, like in Brazil, it's right below like the office of the president. So that provides some political capital domestically. But how do you ensure also that you are having a mixed delegation once you go externally, right? So how do you calibrate between like interagency coordination and kind of like international projection? And the third paradox, and finally, is a meaningful dialogue. So and this is a provocation really, like, okay, it's very nice and easy to say like, oh, we're open to dialogue, to meaningful dialogue. We're going to bring these stakeholders in. We're going to do consultations. We'll have a very nice timeline and this will look very structured. But are we actually open to productive disagreement? Even if like for member states that are funding, like, you know, there were lots of examples of like funding to go to the ad hoc committee, funding like least developed countries or developing countries or underrepresented communities. Is that actually in the end kind of like, is there an openness for a productively uncomfortable dialogue? That's the word. And open to other expert input from maybe communities that we don't know or that we haven't figured out. And I think one example is the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, which obviously there's this whole kind of like cyber capacity building community within the cyber world, but there's a development community. So how do you bridge those? Not saying that the GC3B, the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, is the example, but that is one case where you see this attempt to articulate that conversation and it's still very you know, it's still gaining its own kind of like traction, right? And I'm sure Yasmin will have some additional thoughts on that. So these are the three kind of like points that I like to add there. But thank you very much all for your contributions. This was great, especially at 6 a.m. until like 8 a.m. here in London.
Thank you, Louise, and impressively awake. I was really struck by this idea of calibrating political risk and maintaining control, right? Because at the end of the day, right, to have a more inclusive process, to really spread ownership, there has to be some kind of letting go, right? Some states who are currently in charge or others who are in charge of the process have to relinquish some kind of control and be ready for the process to go in different directions. And that is really an uncomfortable place to be in, especially if your whole mandate as a Minister of Foreign Affairs or other official is to steer and maintain control in that way. Yasmin, minoritized identities and communities, and then concluding remarks. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, James. So I would like definitely to echo what has been said until now and really keep the focus also on fostering ownership at national level. I think the point on the delegation of leadership definitely is a challenging one, but I've seen through national processes, lead agencies that sort of relinquish a little bit that lead role to a certain extent and seeing the usefulness in doing that. That, of course, doesn't stop us from keeping the balance, of course. And I think both sort of approaches are necessary. So one of them is definitely creating the focus on interdisciplinary teams that are equipped, again, to engage meaningfully in different fora. So in a perfect world, we would have similar something to like what the Austrian representative here has mentioned, multidisciplinary teams that bring different experts at the international level as well. And I think to ensure also sort of continuity with these sort of multidisciplinary teams, keeping the lead agency as being sort of the core is also necessary. So the lead agency can sort of keep tabs on the processes, on the different ones, and give that overview as well on the different things that may be lacking at times, while in parallel to that, delegating some of that power or some of that leadership when it comes to having specific processes that are topic specific, for examples. So apart from the national level that I keep coming back to, that I think is really core, it's really the key here. Of course, inclusivity at international level is needed as well. Akriti's very relevant example definitely showed the need for obviously going beyond, let's say, multilateral or state-focused processes and keep that inclusivity also of civil society at international level as well. But I think a lot of it actually needs to happen at national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yasmin. And finally, I would turn to our third panelist, Corinne Kasher, for your concluding remarks. We have had our 5-minute warning, so we will be wrapping up after these remarks. And thank you, everyone, for your participation. Corinne, over to you.
Thanks, James. Well, not much to say. I think the two panelists before me actually wrapped up everything nicely. I mean, we've discussed a lot today, and I think we'll take home. I'll definitely take home a few of the remarks that participants made today, especially yes about the Austrian colleague mentioned interdisciplinary teams. And also Louise mentioned, for example, the transfer knowledge. Yasmin mentioned also the need to sort of about the consultation process. That was one thing that struck me most about best practices. So I think we have quite a checklist of things that we have gathered here today, and I think they were all very, very valid remarks. I myself, I think, I'm also pleased to be here, not only because I shared some of my experiences, but because I took home a lot of points to consider. So maybe, I don't know, I mean, we can definitely come up also with a sort of report from this session, and maybe circulate it to participants as well. But I think we have all spoken very much about the need to reduce fragmentation, about the need for inclusivity, about the need, as you said, of political risk and sort of relinquishing control. I personally think that what we discussed here today would be very relevant to take forward. Perhaps we can have another session also to follow up on this. And from my perspective, I mean, it ends there. I think we've discussed a lot today, and I'm very happy to have participated and to have listened to everybody's take here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Corinne. And as a quick reminder before we close, please do check out RUSI's Global Partnership on Responsible Cyber Behavior, which is online. Louise is running that. And of course, do visit Virtual Roots, and we will be doing more activities in this space. We will be engaging more, so we'd love to continue to have this conversation in future. Have a great last day of the IGF, and thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Yes, it will be. I think so, but that will Boris knows that. Are there online speakers?
There are.
Who is the moderator? David again?
Online moderator?
No, the on site.
David, yes. He will be coming. Yes, there will be an online speaker trying to connect.
And I will be the.
With just a second, yeah.
Haha. Haha. Goodbye. Do 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 do. Who?
1, 2, 1, 2. It's working.
Test.
One, two, is this? No. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Which is the channel?
Which channel? Channel 4. I'm listening to other channels. Oh, this is wonderful. Channel 4. Niels.
Yes.
4.
They call me the wild rose.
Sorry. We were checking the mic. Yes.
Let's call it testing.
Hello there. My name is Afnan.
Afnan, pleasure.
Niels.
Niels?
Belgian safer internet service.
Yeah.
For my name.
Yes, I have to be. It'd be strange if you didn't promote it. Sorry, Andrew. Andrew. I don't shake hands. Nice to meet you, Andrew. Hello there.
Boris.
Boris, oh, nice to meet you.
Pleasure as well.
Is it like a specific distribution?
I think you can sit there or here. You can choose.
Don't worry.
Welcome, everybody.
For my name was Eliza Day.
Now some Rammstein.
Du hast. Could somebody send me the Zoom link? That might be nice. Did you send it to me on which channel? What?
I'm sending you on WhatsApp.
It's not open. Oh yeah.
Everybody online, can you hear us by any chance? The WhatsApp group. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hello? Okay.
Just while we're getting things sorted out, I don't know, Arno and Honey, if you want to talk so we can check we can hear you and see you. Assuming you can unmute.
Yes, I can. Can
Oh,
you hear me?
perfect. Yes, and see you as well, Honey. Hi.
All right. Awesome.
And for me as well.
I can hear you. Say something again, Arno. You're not on the screen at the moment, but that may have been because you spoke before you did your video.
Yes, hi there.
Oh, there
Can
you
you
are.
hear me? Yeah, and can you see me?
Sadly, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
You're most welcome. Yeah, don't scare people away, Arno. We want people to come in.
Yeah, that's my my bear pullover. So, okay, it is pouring cold water, rain, whatever. It's like winter. Anyway.
So I'll tactfully not mention the sunshine, the clear blue
Yeah,
sky.
no, don't start, Andrew. Please don't.
Yeah, look on my LinkedIn. You can see the photos. You'll be sad you're not here, Arno.
Yeah, beautiful. Good. I must say they are very, very nice. I envy you.
Yeah, my commute each morning has been about a 20-minute walk in about 22, 23 degrees and bright sun every day.
And you were telling us you needed sunscreen or something like that.
Yeah, far too hot. Terrible.
This is, oh yeah, I can hear myself now as well. Yeah, okay, fantastic.
how much time do we have? 2-3 minutes? 2 minutes. 1 hour.
Okay, I think we as it is now 1:45 here. We'll make a start if that's okay with everybody. And a very warm welcome to this workshop, workshop number 125. And here we are looking at balancing acts in terms of encryption, privacy, and public safety. My name is David Wright. I'm Director of the UK Safer Internet Centre and CEO of a UK charity, SWGFL. And I'm delighted to be able to introduce you to the panel that we have today, both here and online as well. This is obviously the last workshop of this IGF, and it's a real pleasure to be able to close out this IGF ahead of the closing ceremony with this particular subject. So we are going to be looking at this complex balance between encryption, privacy rights, and public safety, and the needs for structured multi-stakeholder discussion. We have an hour with you, so we are going to have to keep comments, questions, perhaps brief, but it is such an important subject that we see. I'm just first of all going to introduce the panel to you, and for the panelists, I'm going to have to probably just condense some of the bios just because of time, but and I'm going to run through them in terms of the sequence of questions as well. So I'd like to welcome Andrew Campling, who's here with us. So Andrew is Director of 419 Consulting, a public policy and public affairs consultancy focused on the tech and telecom sectors. He has over a decade of non-exec experience, backed by nearly 40 years of experience in a wide range of increasingly senior roles in a mainly business-to-business technology context. He's been engaging in initiatives linked to encrypted DNS, encrypted SNI, and related developments in internet standards, primarily to understand their impact in real-world deployments. It's worthwhile pointing out, so Andrew is a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation, which is a global charity, one of our partners within the UK Safe Internet Centre, and holds an MSc in Strategic Marketing Management and an MBA. Andrew is currently studying in his spare time, studying law, and plans to complete his LLM in the next couple of years. Online joining us is Arnaud Taddy. If we might be able to bring up, please, Arnaud onto the screen. Arnaud is a global security strategist at Symantec by Broadcom. He's an executive advisor of security strategy and transformation for the top 150 Symantec customers. As part of his mission, Arnaud participates in specific standardization defining organizations, and in particular, and this warrants congratulations, Arnaud, elected chair of the ITU SG17 representing the UK and works at the IETF. Started his career in 1993 at the famous CERN IT division in Geneva, which created the World Wide Web, and where he led the team responsible for communication, authentication and authorization. In 2000 joined Sun and became one of the 100 elected global principal engineers. In 2007 he joined Symantec and hold chief architect roles up to director of research as direct report to Dr. Hugh Thompson, Symantec CTO and actual RSA conference chairman. I'd then also like to move on to the next panelist, which we can also bring Honey onto the screen, please. Honey Makola is the manager of the Policy Research and Development Unit at the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, where she guides the regulator in navigating its evolving roles across various aspects of ICT developments, including cybersecurity. She also serves as a vice chairperson of the ITU-T Study Group 17, which focuses on setting international standards for cybersecurity. Within Study Group 17, Honey co-convenes the Correspondence Group on Child Online Protection, working to identify gaps in technical measures and promote initiatives that create safer online environments for children. If I can now draw back into the room, if I can introduce Afnan. Afnan Alromi is an accomplished cybersecurity leader with over 12 years of experience in managing complex projects and shaping cybersecurity strategies. As Vice Chairman of the ITU-T Study Group 17 Cybersecurity and Director of the Cybersecurity Operations Centre at CST, she plays a key role in advancing cybersecurity resilience locally and globally. Afnan holds advanced degrees in software engineering and computer science, along with several industry professional certifications, and is known for her expertise in strategic planning, vulnerability management, and fostering international collaborations. Afnan, welcome. Finally, if I can welcome my colleague Boris. Boris Vodanovic is an expert in the field of online safety and currently serves as the head of engagements at the and partnerships at SWGFL, the UK-based charity. Like me, he also works with the UK Safe Internet Centre, which is part of the European InSafe network. His work involves educating and raising awareness about online safety for children, parents, teachers, and other stakeholders across the world. Boris has worked extensively with various European countries, including Croatia, where he worked at the Safe Internet Centre, and he's been involved in numerous missions to countries like Belarus, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia to present online safety strategies to government officials and NGOs. His focus is on protecting children from online threats, such as cyberbullying, child sexual exploitation and scams, as well as empowering professionals through workshops and keynote speeches. So I would just like to welcome the panel, and also this afternoon, forgive me, I'm joined by my colleague Niels here, who's going to moderate the online conversations for when we get through to chats. If I can just invite the panelists just to give a quick opening couple of sentences. Andrew, if we can start with you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and also hello to everyone online. As David said, my name is Andrew Campling. I'm a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation, amongst other things. I think this is an incredibly important issue, which we'll get into in a moment. And I think, although we've sort of focused on the sort of trade-offs and specifically talk about privacy, as I'll expand on it in a short while, I really want to get into the debate about privacy versus other human rights, because I think we overinflate the importance of privacy and completely ignore often all of the other human rights, including fundamental rights, as opposed to privacy as a qualified right. But that's something we'll come on to when David asks us questions, I'm sure.
Thank you, Andrew. Arnaud, if I can throw it to you, please.
Yes. Can you hear me correctly? Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for the chance to be in this workshop. Yeah, this is the topic is really heartbreaking when you start to understand what is at stake. It's both concerning to see the level of harm that is increasing, perhaps accelerating, and at the same time, we are facing a real design issue, and we need to make trade-offs that are really difficult for a number of humans. So observing this from ITU and SG17 is an interesting journey, and hopefully we are maturing and putting ourselves into conditions where we can have a meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Arno, thank you. If I can now just turn to Honey.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to draw attention a little bit to the work that I do as the convener of the correspondence group, where we are focusing on identifying and addressing gaps in child online protection standardization within the study group 17. We have done a lot of work in reviewing the regulations, the standards that are currently in place. And, the work has progressed well, and we are on our way in identifying the gaps. But I would also like to take this opportunity, please, to invite the people in the group as well as online to please join the correspondence group on child online protection. This can be done through subscription on my workspace. But for the purpose of today's meeting, for me, I think encryption is a very important and powerful tool that can help us safeguard communications and information. But it also creates significant challenges in protecting children online. So for the purpose of today's meeting, I just want us to try and find a balance between privacy on the other hand and other issues such as the protection of children online. It's a challenging balance, but one I believe that it is essential for the effectiveness of child online protection. And I look forward to the engagements this afternoon. Thank you.
Honey, thank you very much. Now turning back to the room, Afnan, if I can hold it to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and looking forward to this wonderful discussion today and engaging in this topic, and looking forward to discuss the challenges that my colleague Honey just discussed that are to be discussed today, and also see how we can succeed with balancing the encryption and privacy rights and at the same time public safety. So looking forward for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Afnan. And finally, Boris, if you can introduce.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation and ability to contribute, especially from a diverse set of points looking at this. And I love the title. It says encryption, privacy, and public safety. And I think that is the framework of conversation that I think we should all have and support. And one of the questions in my mind that we can later hopefully answer is, how do we create meaningful and impactful discussions on these topics that takes into account a wide array of different perspective, needs, and abilities and representation, but equally respecting the direction that we all want to take to a better and safer world, which includes protections of children in itself. So really proud to be here.
Thank you, Boris. Okay, so moving on to the particular questions that we're going to pose, and then panelists will share and discuss with everybody, after which point we will then open the floor and the virtual floor to questions. So please do hold on to questions. There will be a time. Because of timing as well, I'm going to keep panelists for perhaps 4 minutes. So please keep contributions succinct. So Andrew, I'm going to turn to you without any further ado first. And I wonder if you could elaborate a little on how should governments and tech companies approach the creation of lawful access mechanisms without infringing on privacy rights? Straight into this point.
Fantastic. Thank you, David, for the question, and to provoke hopefully a response from some of the people, the participants in the room and online. In my view, the weaponization of privacy is being used and has been and is continuing to be used to override all of the human rights of children and other vulnerable groups, and I think that's a fundamental problem. As I said earlier, remembering that privacy is a qualified right, and we need to think about all of the human rights. And also, again, to provoke a response, encryption, let's remember, is not the same as security. They're fundamentally different things, but they're often conflated. And for example, if you begin, as is happening increasingly in the Internet Standards world, to encrypt indicators of compromise and metadata, you end up with weakened security. And if you weaken security, you have no privacy, but you think you have, and that's also a big problem. So very briefly, let's put a scale to the problem, and I'm going to focus on child sex abuse because that's what the Internet Watch Foundation does. We're seeing roughly 150 million victims of child sexual violence every year. Around the world, and we actually are recording in the order of 100 million reports of CSAM images and videos every year, and that's roughly 3 new images being found every second, new images or videos. So even in the course of this workshop, that's a scary number of images and videos being found. The internet has magnified the scale of the problem of CSAM significantly. It happened pre-internet, but the ability to publish and share the images globally means, and remembering every time an image is shared, that's a crime and there's a victim. The scale of the problem is huge compared to what it was pre-internet. We know from research that end-to-end encrypted messaging platforms are widely used to find and share CSAM, and there's a very large sample size behind that research. But to get directly to the problem, in terms of things like lawful encryption, interception, you don't need to backdoor encryption to help solve this problem. Client-side scanning would for known CSAM images would immediately reduce the size of the problem. It doesn't break encryption, it doesn't break privacy, so that's an easy way to make an impact, as would be the use of tools like age estimation and age verification to keep adults off of platforms intended for children and children off of platforms intended for adults to try and keep the victims away from the criminals. So those will be my sort of suggestions, places to start, and hopefully that will provoke a response from people in a few minutes. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it will do, Andrew. Thank you. Just can I ask a follow-up question, just to prime the microphone again? Are developments in internet standards helping or harming human rights?
So in my view, the increased use and requirement to use encryption in some of those standards, I could give examples, but probably that's too much detail for here, is making the problem worse, not better. It's making it harder to find where the crimes are happening, and it's making it easier for the criminals to hide. So some of the developments are actually problematic in the standards bodies, an area where I'm active, and they also coincidentally weaken security as well. So I think that's why we need civil society to engage in places like the standards bodies. Currently, it's mainly technologists making these decisions, and we need, dare I say it, multi-stakeholder engagement to actually shine a light on things that are causing huge societal problems.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to move on now to Arno, if I can, please, onto the screen. So Arno, the question that we would pose to you. So what technical innovations or solutions do you see as viable for achieving a balance between privacy and public safety?
I like the mission impossible. It's a very difficult problem. So in one hand, one of the issues is that we have only one model for internet as we know it today. And so anything we do is going to impact various communities. So far, so good. Until some versions of TLS and other considerations, we sort of managed to keep the community together and everybody could find what it needed from the setup. But for various reasons, some directions were set and for good, bad, and ugly reasons. It's not a judgment. It's just that they were set in a certain direction, and now it is pushing the solution for one specific part of the spectrum of the humans. So that means that now we have situations where some are going to get benefits, and some are going to have a problem with what is happening. So this is very difficult to move from there because we have only one design where, and it's difficult to get out of this thing. So now that doesn't mean we cannot be creative. For other areas, we started to realize that maybe the problem is the fact that we have in the background of that the anthropological assumption that was made behind was one model for all the humans. That means a very narrow model for all the humans to make sure it fits the maximum. But when you do that, you lose the fact that there are subcontexts that have very specific needs. Child land protection is one subcontext. Education is one another subcontext. I would add elderly people is another subcontext. And all these subcontexts have different requirements and needs, and when we have to take a step back and make better, let's say, when we have to make design choices, the issue of a design is always the trade-offs. Which trade-offs are you going to do for a specific set of use cases and requirements? That's what the engineer we think. So when you go in this approach, perhaps the direction we could consider is subcontext. So it's not related here to child land protection, but I see, for example, subcontexts that may be already happening. I discovered the advent of what we call enterprise browsers that allow specific requirements for enterprise use cases. Equally, you see more and more family solutions by some hyperscalers. So the question I have is the premise of the solution not to consider that we should perhaps re-highlight the concept of subcontext, and from there we could start to envision perhaps some technical solutions. I will stop at that. Thank you.
Anna, thank you. Thank you very much for trying to take on Mission Impossible. Okay, moving swiftly on to Honey, which we can't see you at the moment, Honey. But if I can, there we go. If I can pose you the question, so how can international collaboration improve or complicate the encryption debate, especially when balancing privacy with cross-border safety issues?
Thank you for the question. So I have a lot of experience in international collaboration, and also having recently chaired the cybersecurity resolutions at the WTSA 2024. I want to draw a little bit on that experience, right? So, and I would like to start with what complicates the debates in the collaboration. First of all, the participants come to the collaboration table, if I may, with different legal and regulatory frameworks. They could be divided into the ones that are pro data protection and privacy. Then you get the ones that are for government control, for national security purposes. Then you get the ones that want balance. So those differences make it very difficult to agree on a unified approach to encryption across borders. So you can even imagine for the frustration for the companies operating across borders regarding encryption. Then there's also the imbalance in cybersecurity capabilities across the different nations. You get nations with advanced cybersecurity capabilities that may argue for stronger encryption to protect the critical infrastructure, which is fair. And then on the other hand, for example, at the moment, a priority for Africa could be the protection of children online versus individual privacy. And that is understandable because currently Africa has the highest dividend when it comes to young people. So you would understand why from their perspective, protecting the children online now is actually protecting their future economy and protecting everything. And then you get the MOUs and the multilateral treaties and so forth. But from the readings, it could be said that this can be quite slow and cumbersome when issues need to be dealt with right away and governments are seeking swift access. And then there's the geopolitical tension and distrust as well, and that we witness. And from my work with the ITU so far, there's also a question of how do you develop global standards that are balanced in addressing the needs of the different regions, taking into account the imbalances in technical capabilities, the skills that different countries are having, and the level of skills actually, and the culture of privacy in itself. But the complications are just the negatives. Moving to the how it can improve, taking into account obviously having the what complicates it in the background. I think the starting point in the encryption debate is that there are two sides, but how do we develop common ground? So that is what the international collaboration can improve. It has the ability to facilitate dialogue between nations with the differing stance on encryption. And moving from that established common ground, countries can then establish harmonized legal and technical standards. There will be compromises to be made by different groups, but remembering or recalling that the common ground is important for facilitating the debate. And I personally believe, and from my experience, that it's during this international dialogues where innovative solutions can be birthed. For example, if you cannot compromise, what do? You look for solutions. And that can be in the form of research into privacy preserving technologies, which is what the work of the CG-COP Correspondence Group on Child Line Protection of the ITU Study Group 17 is doing. We're looking for the solution that balances the two, public-private partnerships, development, the work that is done by the ITU development sector in sharing information and also capacity building. But the most important thing to also remember in all of this improvement that can be brought about by international collaboration, it requires active participation and contribution from the private sector as well, not just government and regulators. So what makes the collaboration work is everybody finding that common ground first and then starting to move on there and see how they can compromise.
Honey, thank you very much, and I very much share the hope that we will find solutions at events like this, despite it, as Arnold was saying, being mission impossible. Okay, I'm next going to back to the room and to Afnan. So Afnan, if I can pose to you from your perspective, what are the most critical challenges in balancing encryption with public safety and privacy rights?
Thank you, David. First of all, before I go into answering your question, I would like to thank my colleagues here in this panel discussion for their great insights and the points they've brought in. They've actually pointed out to a couple of challenges that I was hoping and planning to discuss in this talk. Although, as we say, encryption is an important tool and aspect that helps us to secure and our sensitive data and to have it more safe. Although, yeah, it poses a couple of challenges. And in today's session, although we have a limited time, I'm going to discuss just a couple that are most likely those with us and the attendees are more familiar with. The first challenge that we can sense and see is when it comes to global inconsistency, and I think Arnold and Honey mentioned a couple of points on that aspect, and also the conflicting international laws, where it brings it more challenging to discuss this. for example, countries having varied legal standards and laws and regulations. And when we see international companies working in those different countries, they have to comply with each standard, and they have to fulfill all those standards as well. So this brings a hard challenge in that aspect. Another challenge is when it comes to the evolving technologies, and we've discussed this as well in SG 17, and we have like a specific question to emerging and evolving technologies in that aspect. Evolving technologies and the rapid pace of technology advancements means that we have to keep up with them, and we have to address those encryption standards that bring in. And one of the evolving technologies that we are considering or discussing in SG 17 is quantum computing. And quantum computing in the future will most likely break some of the encryption standards that we have today, and this poses a challenge that we need to consider or start the transition to secure quantum infrastructure. Another challenge, and it's very important, and we have a couple of initiatives in Saudi Arabia that is looking into that aspect, which is the challenges of protecting against abuse online. And as we see, some of the tools or the applications that we have today, or even chatting applications that we use in a day-to-day life, they have a lot of encryption, or they have encryption implemented to secure our communication. And although this is vital and important, however, it creates a challenge for law enforcement to help secure or have public safety more safe in the environment, and most importantly, children, where we cannot see what type of text that is being communicated and the abuse that could happen in that discussion. So these are just like some of the challenges that we need to consider when we balance between encryption and also public safety and privacy rights as well. So I think this is just something that we need to consider, and the only way to reach a collaboration is to have feedback either from both from different areas, either from the government, from the private sector, from civils, and all parties that could collaborate in that discussion, try to find a way to balance, to reach a balance in that aspect. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the ensuing conversation afterward, which I'm going to encourage everybody to think about questions. Then when we open the floor, it does appear we've got some questions online too. So I say that just before I throw it over finally to my colleague Boris. And so my question here, Boris, is what role should the public play in this discourse, and how can awareness be effectively raised on the impact of encryption policies on privacy and security?
Thank you. Short answer, education. But how to do it properly is a much longer discussion. And I think we should start with defining frameworks for meaningful discussions that allow us a communication goals and structure that allow exactly these kinds of discussions on a multiple levels of representation, diversity, and abilities and disabilities that could contribute to these conversations that I might not be able to do now. But on a broader point, I think we should all be aware that vision can only pull as hard as reality can follow. And the current reality that in these chairs around us is not 150 million children across the world being sexually abused every year, and that number is rising. That is the reality we need to face. And while the vision we can all agree is magnificent, the reality is something that we need to take into account. And thinking about the discussions, I'm going to raise more questions than answers here, but I think this is the perfect space, is how do we make sure that we do not allow dominance and dominant discussions or part of this discussion to be apart from a certain area, agenda, stakeholder, or interest? And how do we have a meaningful level playing field for anybody contributing to this discussion? How do we make sure that we developed initially technological solutions that take into the account of the benefit of the user or the benefit of the child first and foremost, and then we continue developing those solutions? And I think all of that builds up into our, what I personally consider our principal duty as adults, to create a better and a safer world for people and young children following in our footsteps. And I'll come back to our nod and say, I love the movie, Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible or not, but I don't know if you remember that in each of those movies, a great team of people working towards their own abilities and capabilities, working together, make the movie in the end mission quite possible. I know that doesn't make a good marketing title, but I think that should be a good notion. And just to come on what Honey said, which I think is important, what we are trying to do is not easy, but we have to ask ourselves, what is easy and what is right? And lean, I would suggest, on the side what is right and finding solutions for that. To just come back on that point for my final, we need to be able and find a way to develop global standards with local sensitivities that respect many of the things that I mentioned. And I wholeheartedly ask all of you today listening us online and here, do ask us questions. Let's have a discussion on so many levels, on so many representations that we all need to understand. But if we can all take into account that all of us at one point, I don't know if you remember, were a child, and we all needed somebody to stand up for us and defend what is the benefit of us. So I ask you today to look through that prism while we're discussing this topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that includes the contributions from the panelists to set the scene as well for everybody. I am going to ask if there's somebody behind me puts the hand up. Can you just kind of can you help me out? I haven't got eyes in the back of my head. I do also like as well this theme of Mission Possible or Mission Impossible. I know, depending on which one. Perhaps we should be reaching out to the producers or Tom Cruise to ask to find us a way through here. So I open the floor to any particular questions if anyone has. I can see behind me. Yes. Okay. If I can ask, if you could just introduce yourselves, that would be helpful to start with too. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Cynthia Lesufi. I come from South Africa, and I work with most of the panelists in this session at the ITU, and it's quite refreshing to listen to the diverse views of different stakeholders on this important topic, which is quite dear to South Africa, but not only South Africa, but many of the countries that participate in the ITU work, and specifically in the study group 17, which is the technical study group of the ITU when it comes to issues of standard and security. For me, specifically as South Africa, we believe that actually we stand a good chance. And why we are saying this is because we are looking at the upcoming WESUS Plus 20 review process, where we are also bringing in the issue of the Global Digital Compact. And we believe that some of these issues we can, as I would say, a community of stakeholders that are concerned with this particular issue, we find ways, because what I'm actually picking up here today is that we are all concerned, but as we've said, the issue is how do we deal with this. So, and I'm also hearing that we need this continuous discussion. And for us to continue with this, we also need to take advantage of all the processes that are currently happening to make sure that this issue is not pushed at the back of other priorities, because different stakeholders will fight for their priorities. So all I'm pleading for all the stakeholders in this room, let us take advantage of the processes that are happening, and we make sure that the issue of the child online protection also takes the forefront in all of these decisions, especially at the UN level. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. What we'll do is we'll take, I think, three questions, and then we'll come to the panel. So thank you.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Bielek. I'm an infectious disease physician at Harvard Medical School, and not to add another layer of complexity to this, but I certainly wonder if public health and pandemic response might balance this a little bit as well. So there are some lessons I think that we can pull from how we navigated the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of data privacy, security, and public health and safety. There's perhaps a little bit simplified, but when we did contact tracing for the COVID-19 pandemic, people can give up their own right, their qualified right to privacy. They can volunteer that information. And then certainly how much is surveilled, it does not necessarily dictate how much data is kept, how it's kept, and where it's kept. I think that is important too for other pandemics or syndemics, which are overlapping pandemics, especially as related to HIV, which is my area, can carry a lot of stigma or criminalization laws. So when that information is kept, there is surveillance related to that. But in the United States, that's kept in a secure, encrypted facility at a state health department, for instance. And the amount that you surveil is not necessarily proportional to the amount that you keep. So my question perhaps is related to how these lessons might apply to this discussion in other areas as well.
Online, I'm seeing a lot of interaction, a lot of compliments for the speakers as well. I've got a question here from Cheryl. Does balancing necessarily mean we need to rank rights and risks to properly weigh them against each other? If not, how do we begin an objective comprehensive review? If so, how do we do this on a global level? There was another question, which basically comes up to, like, can somebody please clear the air? Because there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of discussion where there's also a lot of like fake news in there. For example, when we are talking about privacy versus child protection, how can we, like, is it true that if we want to go towards child protection, that we are giving up on privacy? I think there's a lot of questions there in to solve that one.
Niels, thank you. Okay, so those three questions addressed to the panel. I'm going to go to Andrew first.
So let me have a go at two of those, but briefly. Firstly, on the weakening of encryption question, I would argue, and I'll be as precise as I can without hopefully getting too detailed, that specifically to detect known child sex abuse material, needs to have no impact whatsoever on encryption. Again, expand that ever so slightly, if in the end-to-end messaging applications, if they agreed to scan any images before they were uploaded to see if they contained known CSAM and then encrypt, there are no privacy implications to that, because you don't learn what the image is, you simply learn that it isn't known CSAM by something called hash matching. Matching, for those of you that have knowledge in that area. You don't need to look at the content of the message either. So you're simply saying, does this image in a mathematical sense match a database of known CSAM? So that doesn't, in my opinion, have any privacy implications unless there's a match. And if there's a match, then you've committed a crime and your qualified right to privacy is surrendered anyway. So that's fine. And then just briefly, the other point on the sort of, I think the question was ranking or trading off different rights. Yes, and I would always say that if you have to trade rights, you ought to bias towards the most vulnerable in society. And at the moment, in my opinion, the weaponization of privacy is largely benefiting privileged adults at the expense of lots of different vulnerable groups, and that is an unacceptable trade-off. So if we have to make trade-offs, we should bias the vulnerable or advantage the vulnerable, not the privileged. That's the wrong way round, in my view.
Andrew, thank you very much. Arno, if I can just bring you in here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to Boris about Mission Impossible or Mission Possible. I like it, but I had to be provocative, of course. No, I think it's to come back on the issue. It's a real design problem in the sense of theory of design, right? And I really like the previous intervention. I could not capture the name of the person who made the analogy with the COVID-19 learnings. That's exactly what we should do. We should learn from others and other areas where they have resolved the problem. Because sometimes there is a lot of hype about issues of, and this is not private, and the data are not secure, and people are losing their rights, and so on. There are areas where, no. The problem of why the Mission Impossible is because of something else. The problem that is underlying behind the scene is the fact that very few people realize that security cannot be proven. At the low level altitude level on encryption, yes, you can perhaps prove mathematically some cryptography and other things. But the moment you elevate the altitude, you lose the possibility to prove that your system is secure. And if you ask anybody about is whatever control I put is secure, can I trust it? The answer is fundamentally no. You cannot. And that's the problem of who guards the guards behind the scene, and there is no way, or I could not find a way, that we can resolve the problem. In fact, it's not even the problem. The problem is not that this is impossible per se. The problem is that few people missed that point. So when security discussed with privacy, it's an unequal battle because security has little to offer to the privacy side. So we are turning into circle with some people trying to split us for dogmatic reasons versus let's recognize things how they are and let's be pragmatic and let's recognize the design problem. But if we get it back to a design problem, we would then include back the ethics, the anthropology, the experience, the law. We could do something about it. That's where the mission becomes possible. So one approach of breaking the problem in pieces, of getting a sub-context, could, back to the question, should we have different weights between people? Of course not. That would be terrible. If we end up in a place where we have to put priorities of some humans versus some others, I don't think that we have done the job. It has to be equal. All humans should be respected in this story. So if we could take a step back, understand perhaps from others, I really like the example of the COVID-19, and regroup all the possibilities with a strategy of perhaps divide to conquer so that we can split the technical design and open the options. So I believe the risk of doing this is more a problem of it's going to impact significantly the way that we have built and developed our entire internet at the moment, from the browsers to the CDNs to the servers to all things, because now we would need to represent a richer human. I think the problem is that today the underlying problem is that the human model behind this whole design is very, very, very narrow. And we are locked. We can't do anything because if we help one now, we lose properties for the other one. So what if we would re-enrich the model behind the scene? How many possibilities we would create? That would be something I could propose.
Arnaud, thank you very much. Boris?
Thank you. I'll try my best to cover it all in a short. And thank you so much for the questions. And I'll come to the first one, and Cynthia, and bringing child online protection to the highest levels. I full-heartedly support you and Bennett as the 17, and if I can do anything as well to support more, to keep this, and this is one of the places to do, absolutely. Yes, I love the idea of using COVID learnings, especially about volunteering rights and seeing how that works in a different space and impacts. I think as well with Arnaud, I would be interested to see how that works. And on the question of how do we balance that risk in the global, I think that is the challenge. That is the biggest challenge that we have to do. But I have to agree with Arnaud, we cannot have conflicting things and have to decide one from the other, which brings me to the point that I want to make, with no disrespect to the person asking that question. We should utterly reject the framework of conversation of having privacy versus security. And if we reject it, I'll just remind everybody that most of us flew to this wonderful country. And what if 90% of our flights had a 90% of a chance to land in Ankara, maybe in Zagreb, maybe in London? None of us would take that option or those odds. So let's reject the framework of conversation of privacy versus security and focus on the title, and that is privacy and security. There are solutions. There are ways we can achieve that. They might be difficult. They might be hard. And I'll come back. What is easy and what is right? And I think we should, to answer the question of the online speaker, absolutely detest and reject the notion that that is the discussion we're having. None of us want to go back on our privacy, but none of us as well want to see the thing that as well are not mentioned, that we cannot fully trust that any system is secure. But what I can tell you that we know and have referenced and have research and evidence that there are currently unintended consequences. They are doing harm to the often unheard, unseen, and unsupported people and young children across the world. So I go back and ask the question, what is right and what is easy? And let's start doing the right thing, even though, and I still hope, Arnaud, we will find the mission quite possible in the end, and maybe laugh at this in one day. But I am worried about quantum computing and making this whole discussion basically pointless. But yes.
I feel that's an entirely different workshop. Okay. Afnan, do you want to go first? I know I'll come to you next.
Thank you. I'll make it very short. I just want to thank the floor for bringing those great questions. And just to come back to the pandemic and the COVID, I think one aspect that from the lesson learned brought up from this is having public awareness. I think this is big part of it, that you have a right, and it's part of the online safety that you should be granted to have, since the pandemic made us all become most of our time remote. So I think part of the lesson learned here is awareness of the public community and what is right for them and what they can subscribe or work to. So this is just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Afnan. Arnaud?
Yes, very quick to come back on something I need to perhaps requalify a bit. When I point to the fact that we cannot trust security, and let's say I totally agree with you, Boy. It's exactly where I want us to go. We need to stop this debate about privacy versus security. And the fact is that at the moment security cannot be trusted, and we have nothing to offer to privacy. I see it as an opportunity. Now, to come back on the person that took the analogy with health, this is exactly the same thing. We forget that in the real world, your immune system has defense. You will miss a virus, you will you will have an autoimmune disease. Can I trust my security by design? No. And that's why we created the health system. But can I trust the health system? Absolutely not either. If the surgeon makes a mistake, I die. If I take too many medicine, I die. And so point is that it is a paradox. But I would like people to consider it as a positive paradox, that if we would precisely heal our security and privacy people together, let's do something about it. And then we can reestablish perhaps a new approach that could be fruitful for not differentiating, let's say, not prioritizing humans versus each other, and on the contrary, having the right design for each of our different contexts, and they can evolve over time from when people are children up to when they are elderly. That's it. Thank you.
Arnaud, thank you very much. Honey?
Yes, thank you. And I just want to echo what my colleagues were saying about the very purpose of this workshop, right? We are here to find balance. So it's not necessarily weighing one against the other. But the last part of the question, asking how do we begin an objective, comprehensive review, and how do we do that on a global scale? In my opinion, there is a need for a global body responsible for the global framework. And at the moment, we have at regional level, the African Telecommunication Union, and internationally, and other regional bodies. But internationally, we have the International Telecommunication Union. And I think those international bodies then have a responsibility to ensure that they become neutral conveners of the differing stakeholders with their differing viewpoints, so that there can be an unrestricted dialogue regarding finding the balance in the solution. Because ignoring any of the views, whether extreme or on the extreme side or on the other, without a really looking at the matter and really discussing the situation, can oversimplify the issue of encryption, and that's not what we want. So I think that to answer the question, bodies and such as the international regulatory bodies are very important in creating that space for that dialogue.
Okay, thank you very much. And hopefully, in terms of those questions posed, there was suitable and adequate responses to there. We have just a little over 5 minutes left. Are there any other questions that anybody has? Have you any more questions online? Okay, I'm going to perhaps then this question could be one to close us with, given just a few minutes left, and it's about public awareness. Public understanding of encryption is often limited. I think we've kind of heard about that. How can stakeholders better educate citizens, everybody, about the impacts of encryption on privacy and public safety? Who wants to take that?
I'll try it short. Again, it's about the same word I use as education, but more so to the fact is adaptable education, because different levels and different capabilities of people need to understand this topic from a different way. I think somebody much smarter than me said, if you cannot explain your topic in 5 minutes to a 5-year-old, you might not be an expert in the topic. We need to find sensitive local environments to expand on the topics that are way too complex for the smartest people in the world. That either means that we don't understand the field well enough, or don't we have the right people to expand that. Yes, awareness campaigns. Yes, stakeholders who genuinely take effort of educating the people in the right way without the agenda leaning left or right is important. Having a body that can assess that and tell us who is doing it better or worse and kind of being inspired about it. We have been doing decades of awareness raising from child sexual abuse, for intimate image abuse, for work of child online protection in general. SWGFL, let alone, is 25 years old next year. So we know the principles that can build that and do that. But all of those principles fall on education. And sometimes it took us a decade to educate a whole nation of the importance. Why do we need to do one thing or another? It will take us time. So the short answer is to educate the general public and raise their awareness. We need right people in the right place educating them, and allow for some time to pass so we can do that on a global scale or a much larger scale. I hope, does that answer the question enough?
That's a good go, Boris. Andrew?
Yeah, so I think I would start by being less ambitious. And dare I say, repeating a point I made earlier, where a lot of the decisions about encryption are made are not here. They're in some of the standards development organizations, such as the IGF, the one I'm active in, the Internet Engineering Task Force, which makes design choices about the underlying internet standards. What I think we actually need to do is to get people from the groups that are here, at least some of them, to engage over there. So civil society groups, governments, regulators, others who have got sufficient technical knowledge to engage in the standards bodies need to attend and pay attention to what is happening there and the implications for some of the decisions being taken. Because otherwise, I think what we risk is developing internet standards which create societal problems, not because the people behind the standards are bad or evil, but because they don't have the necessary knowledge. So dare I say it, and it's probably appropriate to finish on the point here, a multi-stakeholder approach, that is the way forward. And then obviously through our different communities, we can then spread the message backwards into the others that we engage with. But I'd like to get at least introduce some element of the multi-stakeholder approach into the technical bodies first, and then work backwards.
Just before you put the microphone down there, Andrew, so can you give us an example about one of those underlying technology changes that may well have an impact, and what would that look like, just in case, assuming that not everybody has a technical understanding about, so a real life case example.
Okay, and again, I'll keep this hopefully at a high level. So some of the current changes that are being made in the underlying standards, something called encrypted client hello, for example, will make it increasingly difficult for parental controls to work. So for those of you that rely on parental controls to stop your children being able to access adult type content, or indeed in schools, similarly use the same sort of controls, potentially those systems will stop working, not because you've stopped using them, but because the underlying technology has changed. So that will be an example where, because there's not a multi-stakeholder discussion, it's being overlooked. So that's why we need that multi-stakeholder approach.
So I guess there's a point for everybody here, both in the room and online as well. That sounds a bit of a call to action too. That if you weren't aware of, or indeed if you have the opportunity to engage with the IETF and have, as Andrew said, that level of technical understanding, then please do. Please go and understand, how your browser and the internet is being designed in terms of some of those standards, and perhaps the unintended consequences that you may well see. Within why you're here, but those views, as has been widely said, I think, in terms of this multi-stakeholder approach, is a really important aspect. So there's a call to action for everybody about the IETF. So we have literally a couple of minutes left, and I am going to just have a look around if there are any particular closing remarks that anyone may well have amongst the panelists. I would go around, but we don't have time to do that. If anyone has any a concluding remark. Okay, thank you very much. So in 60 seconds, we clearly did cover a lot of subjects here, and I've got already pages of notes. I think so definitely, Andrew, the term that was really opened the responses about the weaponization of the weaponization of privacy to override and impact children's safety was a bold statement to open. I think we've very much heard as well that this is not a privacy against security. This is a privacy and security is one thing that I think we've come across as well. This does require multi-stakeholder. This is not one-dimensional, and it does require all of us to get involved so that the output is going to be reflective of that multi-stakeholder contribution as well. But I will finish with this is not mission impossible. Arno, Boris, this is mission possible. I think we've concluded with seeing the way through. So in that regard, honey, we have found a particular solution at this particular workshop. So thank you very much, everybody, for those questions as well. It's a real pleasure to be able to moderate this panel of such amazing, esteemed and really world-leading experts here as well. So I would like you to join me in thanking them for their contribution just as we close out. Thank you very much.